Testing, 1 2 3. Testing, 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 3. 1 2 1 2 1 2 3. This is me, RHJunior, coming to you live at high noon. Continuing the broadcasting effort. The kind of sort of marathon to pay the electric bill. Yay. Okay, let's see here. What's on the menu for today? Paperwork. Yay. Okay. Need to check Patreon. Gotta get some files from Patreon. Oh, 3, 4. 1 2 3 4. Kind of hip. I like the music. It's new stuff. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Checking stuff. Oh, yeah, they send it through PayPal. It'll be filed automatically in my system. So yay. Yippee-ki-pee-ki-pee-ki, yay. Ha. I prefer to get everything through PayPal. I really do, because that way I can keep all my eggs in one basket, track everything, keep track of, and then I don't come back, wait, I forgot to put this on the tax forms. That's always fun. I don't understand people who just, cheat on their taxes. I understand their motivation. I really understand their motivation. But I suppose after a few years of lying on their tax forms or not filing taxes at all, or any of that other crap, they become immune to it. But I would be such a wreck, a complete shaking, quivering ball of terror. Just the stress of not knowing when they're coming to get me. I would be fragged. I would be toasted. I'd just be paranoia city. I can't pretend to be virtuous. I can't pretend to be that, like I'm, driven by my better angels, or that or anything like that. It's just that I have no guts for that kind of thing. I can't imagine it. Once I started doing, once I started filling out tax returns, that was it. I'm terrified at the notion. I remember one year I had to file mine late. I sent it in. I wrote in. I sent it. Literally had to get an extension, and then I had to send it in late, and then I wrote out. This was like 20 years ago. I wrote out. I did the best I could. Please don't arrest me. Literally, there was a handwritten note in there. Have mercy. And then I moved to another state. But yeah, they sent me a receipt and everything. Yes, you paid your taxes. don't keel over dead from stress on us. We need your money. But you know, I'm not cut out for a life of crime. I don't think. And at the same time, we all this needs a little having a little trouble controlling the volume here. Let's be fair. We all two things to consider. One, we all have rules we break continually, and we have done it. You know, we've all got things that we break the rules, even though we know they're wrong. We have just become numbed to feeling guilt about it, which is a shameful thing. And on the flip side, though, we live. Let's put it this way: it is estimated. The best estimate they have right now is that the average person, I mean, not even somebody with a lot to, you know, not even somebody with a lot to lose. Not, we're not talking, ordinary schlubs, burger flippers and truck drivers and guys like you and me. The average person in the United States breaks approximately we commit we commit 4 felonies a day. We break 4 federal laws a day just going about our day-to-day business. Not even engaging in anything particularly uh, uh, risky. You realize there are federal laws governing how certain types of light bulbs are disposed of? Legislation quickly becomes the devil's tool. Uh, People who do not want to obey the law keep trying to find exceptions to the law. And then they go out and they write more laws. And what's more is that the people who write all these new laws, you can't even pretend that they're doing it out of they're well intentioned but misguided. No, I'm sorry. We've got 10,000 years of human history showing what over legislation does. They're without excuse. They know what they're doing. They write more and more laws with the express purpose of reaching a point where you can reach any interpretation you want so long as you're in a position of authority. To give you an example, tax law. One organization, one of these whistleblower groups, they made up a file for a hypothetical family. Man, husband, wife, I think like one kid, and gave them an annual income and all those little details, and and folded up, and they sent it off to 15 different IRS auditors. They got back 15 different results, ranging from one guy who said they were owed a refund to another who said that they owed several $1,000s in taxes and had probably violated a couple of federal laws. And that they have reached a point where there are so many laws, law in and of itself has become meaningless. We do not decide things by what the law says anymore. We decide it by what the judge says, by what the rules say, by what the cop on the street corner says. We have stopped being a nation of laws and started becoming a nation ruled by unaccountable people. When a tin pot bureaucrat, an unelected, unfireable bureaucrat in some government office has more say in whether or not you are a law-abiding citizen than the actual laws of the land, you don't live in a you don't live in a lawful country anymore. Anymore, 99 times, anymore, more and more often, it becomes a matter of coincidence that the rulings of a courtroom or a judge or the Supreme Court is in accordance with the law and the Constitution. And if I have to spell it out for you, this is not a good thing. It effectively puts it in a place where the law is whatever the most powerful person says it is, and how free and how law-abiding a citizen you are considered. It depends on whose clutches you have fallen into. It's a terrible state of affairs. Of course, this is locking the fence after the horses have gotten out. You know what I'm saying? It's I said before, you can point this stuff out, but expecting anybody to change it, you're, you know, might as well keep waiting. Ouch. Not quite sure how well this is going to go today. Let's see. Still chugging along, kind of tired out. I wish I'd have known this thing about sunflowers. That sunflowers can soak up radioactive waste, extract pollutants, radioactive metal. I would have had the Raconans use sunflowers in Silver Springs. That would have been cool.
Sparkly sunflowers. Yay.
Got people telling me that I got some people telling me that aluminum is not toxic. Aluminum, ingested aluminum is not toxic for you, and you got other people who are saying that there's not enough aluminum in the soil for them to be able to do that the way they did it in the cartoon. I'm like, okay, pick one or the other. But yes, it is. It's metal toxin, bauxite poisoning, toxic poisoning. It's metal poisoning. It can occur with any metal. In sufficient quantities, any metal. Iron can cause those kinds of problems. It's just that iron, our bodies are adapted to take it in and put it back out. But heavy metals are very difficult to get rid of. And you can have aluminum poisoning. It takes a lot of aluminum, but there's supposed to be a lot of aluminum in that soil. But I'm real sleepy at the moment. Right? I'm always sleepy, but it's uh, that's just the way it is. Uh, I've been looking. I'm kind of impressed. There is no Chinese place in this area that delivers. None. Not a single one in Marietta. We got 2 or 3 Chinese restaurants in Marietta. None of them deliver. Crap. I hate going out looking like I do. But, that's the way it breaks. It breaks down. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. A little tired at the moment. Twitter. Let everybody know. It auto posts, but still. I really don't want to live in a third world country. I don't want to spend my sunset years living in greater North Cuba. That's what we're going to get. I can't help but wonder if God isn't just leaving us, just leaving us to reap the consequences what we sowed over these years. I mean, look at the things you just flat out slaps in the face to God that have taken place in this country. 40 years, 40, 50 years of abortion. 3,000 babies dead a day. Our entire economic system is built basically on theft. And that's a shocking thing to say. I know. I'm sure it sounds, what? Look, the the idea behind fiat currency. You know why we go fiat currency? The gold standard basically meant they couldn't buy or sell. They couldn't spend any more money than they actually had. The purpose of fiat currency was to enable them to spend more money than they actually had. And that's how the government sold it to the people. If you let us print this, this monopoly money, we can spend all the money we want. We can make up money out of thin air. And making money up out of thin air is theft. It's called forgery. A quick review. A moral financial system, the gold standard, the reason people went on the gold standard is because gold is universally recognized as valuable. There's no real particular reason for it, but gold is easily fungible. It's easy to break gold down into smaller units. It's very durable. It's it doesn't corrode, it doesn't rust, it doesn't it doesn't get used up. And it is it's got a very stable amount out there. There's it's very unusual to find new sources of gold, which means that its value, its supply is stable, very 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 stable compared to most anything else you care to name. The fact that people like it because it's shiny, it's also value. It's also ideal for using as money. Ironically, because it doesn't have very many practical uses. It can be used decoratively and in some electronics, but there are superior alloys nowadays for use in and the use in electronics is minuscule. Basically, it's not like corn, for instance. One of the problems they have with the whole biofuel program is that they're taking something that can be used for food and turning it into gasoline, which causes all sorts of economic ripples. But the only thing gold is really useful for is for being gold. So anyway, it's very stable, which means its value doesn't go up and down very much, which makes it, all in all, it's an ideal. Uh, it's an ideal unit of trade and barter and sale. It's the gold coins makes a very stable economy. And the problem is that governments and nations and bankers and get greedy. They consider it frustrating that they can't they can only get so much gold in their bank, and they want they have what they have, but they want more. Now, you start out with a commodity economy, which is what gold is. It's a commodity, and you start out with barter. They start moving to a commodity model. They start using gold, precious metal, gold, silver, so on and so forth. But they generally uh, standardize it around gold because of the attributes I already listed. The banks, gold is kind of heavy. So banks start printing out receipts, which you can use to buy, sell, and trade. That's what a dollar bill originally was. It was a receipt for a given amount of gold. It used to be that an ounce of gold was $20. And so we all began trading paper, paper receipts in order, to conduct trade. You want, you want a bag of groceries, you trade them, a couple of ounces of gold, or rather the receipt from them. The problem is that over time, the bankers and the politicians said, everybody's using these receipts. What if we printed more receipts than actual gold we have? In any other circumstance, this would have it is fraud and theft. But the governments of the world, pushed by bankers of the world, do this over and over again. They go, we need more money. We can't make any more gold appear. So let's start printing more paper receipts than we actually have gold. And the consequences are always predictable. Eventually, there is more. There's mountains more paper dollar bills than there is ounces of gold. But, so the banks, well, basically you get the idea. The banks just start printing out more money than they have, and it's more paper than they have gold in the bank. And their excuse is, "Oh, don't worry, we'll make it back in revenue. We'll invest we'll invest these paper dollars in companies, and then eventually we'll reap back more gold than we would have had before." And it continues along. Eventually, they're not even bothering to back the paper with gold anymore, even partially. And the consequences are 100% predictable. Sorry, I fell a little silent there for a minute. And, you can imagine what eventually happens. It doesn't take much education to figure out where it eventually goes. It goes into a massive economic collapse in which those few who have managed to retain some form of power come in and sweep everything up. Oh my. Already dozing off in my seat. Sorry, well, it's just inevitable. 2 days that, goodness, excuse me. It's just like I was saying. I'm beyond the point where I can just chug along for 2 or 3 days and quick nap and I'm ready to go again. I'm still taking hits from the damage I took yesterday. You know, 20 hours. Hmm.
sorry, everybody. I did doing it my usual problem, just dozing off again. Obviously well beyond the point where I can grind for a day or for 2 days and not pay the consequences later. I'm trying, but I'm not getting very far. Well, there's things to think about, things to do, things to consider. Excuse me. Welcome aboard, everybody. I'm glad you're all tuning in. I am sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble getting a slow start here going because I am whooped all to death. It's up until get okay, pick 2 days. Usually going end to end. Weekends, characters, me, and attitudes. Uh, this isn't working too hot. Excuse me. Mm. For those of you who are wondering, no, not particularly feeling too perky. Where was I? I can't remember. This is really unbelievable. I won't lie. isn't helping. Oh, this isn't any good. I keep dozing off right here where I'm sitting. Oh dear. Oh dear. And I've done it once again. I've fallen back over sleep. We're just sitting here talking. I think the verdict is in. Fundraising marathons are a bit beyond my capacity anymore. By the second day, I'm just too even with prolonged, just break periods and all that other stuff. Too tired by the third day just to do what I normally do, much less what she is. Well, I think I know what I said. Um, this just isn't in the offing, I don't think. Oh, I'm still doing pledges and donations and commissions and all that other stuff, and still taking orders. I'm still going to be printing out those DVDs, going to be doing all that other stuff, but I'm not going to be doing a 24-hour broadcast like I tried to. It's just not happening. you know, um, and I lost my train of thought again. I'm really sitting here. I'm trying to pull enough of my functioning brain cells together to form a sentence. Is there anybody out there? I can see there are three of you here. Thank you for watching. Sorry, I'm not much of a host right now. It's, it seems I have effectively pushed myself to the limit on this. I'm probably going to be days catching up my sleep. I was like my father when my father was in his 20s and 30s. He could just work all day, work all night, and then go out and pick up where he left off, not do anything. Just go back to his regular schedule like nothing. When he got older, if he really pushed himself, working out in the weather or just staying up too long, if he missed a night's worth of sleep, it would take him 2 or 3 nights to make it back up. And I'm about in the same condition. And I'm sitting here every time I start to do something, I doze off, fall asleep. been doing this, this whole thing started because I'm trying to rate, for those who don't know, for those who are just tuning in, listening, and listening to me snore into a microphone. The reason I'm doing this is I'm trying to raise money for my electric bill. I just got notification from my electric company. They want $1,400 by March 9th. And guess what? I don't have it. Currently, the fund drive got up to, we are just shy of $300. That's what we've made over the past 3 nights, and gotten a few commissions, several donations, that sort of thing. They're making all sorts of promises about this $7,000 a week for life prize event thing. And all it is to get you on spam lists. Coupons. Oh man, wouldn't that, I'm not, 7,000 a week. I would consider myself, I would consider it a divine miracle if I was to get 7,000 a year from some sort of clearinghouse sweepstakes thing. All this nifty stuff, I gotta admit, some of these toys and stuff. Yeah, they got the blurb down here. It says, no purchase or fee necessary to enter. Uh, you know, will not improve an individual's chance of winning. Yeah, right. Mm, nifty little as seen on TV junk. Lint catching brush. Milk chocolate double dip peanuts, a full pound. Mmm, sounds tasty. Celebrity roast with Dean Martin. Wireless doorbells. Mini screwdrivers. Extendable hose. Cooler bags. Back scrubbers. patriotic butterfly thingies. Patriotic eagle knife. Bangle bracelet. Dun dun dun. Battery operated lights. Hobby knives. All natural gourmet jelly beans. White freshwater pearl pendant. Rocky Mountain oyster, I guess. Perfect frying wok pan thingy. Motorcycle replica. Giant magnifier. Dump recipes. They're just not going to give up on getting me to buy something, are they? And these guys don't want to give up on it. They're just going to keep on throwing things at me until I buy something. I mean, if I was rolling in dough, some of these things would be interesting purchases, magazine orders, that kind of thing, and but that'll be very nice. Okay, I see 4 people here, but I don't see anybody commenting. I don't know how much use you're gonna get out of me, because, like I said, Hello, is anybody there? Oh, it says now there's 0 people watching. Now there's 3. Yeah, this is working. just to give you hope. Now, just on and on and on and on. It never seems to quit. Ow. Hey. Try and do some drawing here. Let's see, I've got the paperwork. Okay, I got a PayPal. Get another. Everybody wants a chunk of me. Nobody wants the rest. Oh my, let's see. Trying to think of anything. Let's talk interesting topics. It's interesting. You know this George Zimmerman, Trayvon Martin, George Zimmerman. George Zimmerman, neighborhood watch guy. Trayvon Martin, teenage punk, criminal. George Zimmerman sees Trayvon Martin sneaking around a neighborhood. He follows in his car, keeping the kid in sight as best he can. Calls the cops, pulls over, parks his car, gets out of his car to try and, he doesn't leave his car though. He stays next to his car, just trying to keep, a weather eye on where the kid generally is, waiting for the cops to show up. And Trayvon Martin jumps him, grabs Zimmerman, literally starts bashing his head against the ground, against the sidewalk, try to kill him. Give him a concussion. I believe that there was evidence he had a skull fracture, a serious skull fracture. And Zimmerman pulled his gun, blew Trayvon Martin away. And of course, It's poor Trayvon Martin, and he was an angel among us who was taken too soon. Guess which one was black and which one was white, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, the press was slobbering all over there. Practically, they hear some white-looking dude kills a black kid, and they sprung wood so hard they nearly flip over the news desk. And they had Zimmerman good and lynched in the news. But the facts came out. They couldn't stop it. The facts came out. The kid was out getting together the ingredients for a stoner drink, purple drank they call it. It consists of making a mix of a can of fruit punch, some I forget what was the other ingredients. Gummy bears or sweet tarts, and cough syrup. They mix together with get wasted. He already had drugs. The kid had drugs in his system. The kid had a violent criminal record. But everybody was trying to say, the family that threw the kid out of the house. Oh, the old didn't do nothing routine. And the longer they went on, George Zimmerman is Hispanic. And the longer that story went on, the harder they tried to say he was white. And it came out. They said he was a white guy. He said, but wait a minute, he's Hispanic. And they were actually caught dialing up they were caught altering the color balance on the pictures they took of George Zimmerman, making him look whiter. They used to, he's white. He's an evil white man kills innocent black boy. But he said, but he's Mexican. And he said, oh no, they actually tried to call him a white Hispanic. They invented a whole new racial category just to try and. Just to try and smear the guy. And I've talked to people. A bunch of people are trying to bring up the Trayvon Martin proof of, how bad it is to be black in America. Trayvon Martin. I'm like, hold on. And I started listing off the facts, and it's interesting. You will not admit they're wrong. You go back over. Well, he didn't need to be following. He wasn't following the ball. He was doing. Yeah. Oh, imagine that. George Zimmerman following a suspicious, using his, in his car, following a suspicious character sneaking around his neighborhood. Wow, it's almost as if he was on the neighborhood watch or something. He did it by the book. Trayvon Martin was a thug by the book. He was out looking to call. He was a criminal. He was out looking to get wasted. He was sneaking around other people's backyards, looking for some place to break in. And he was already high. He had marijuana in his system, enough that that the cops said he would have been kind of pickled at that point. But no. He was an angel of the ghetto. I swear, every 5 seconds. Yeah. I don't know what they're gonna do. They're gonna find out some ghetto kid actually gets shot.
and they're gonna run out a big old, the whole didn't do nothing parade, and then they're gonna find out the kid was white, and they're not gonna, they just, they're not gonna know whether to shit or wind their watch at that point. Yeah, I'll admit it. Getting angry about that kind of thing is about the only thing that seems to wake me up anymore. It's better than caffeine. Whee! Okay. Okay, let's see here. Activity reports. Reports. Okay, I'll be right back. I have got to run to the restroom. Hang on.
put my headphones on, and I sit on my desk. The way the fan blows the heat from this room, all the air blows down and down over my desk, so anything sitting on my desktop gets warmed. I think I'm putting like a little pizza tray right there, right over the keyboard. Man, the feed is crap from here. Stream health, so it's just up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. I wonder what, what unholy pact I have to sign to get good service from YouTube for my broadcasts. It's really not a very good drawing of Fluttershy. I mean, it's obviously her, but proportions aren't exactly right, and it's just kind of off. Ugh. Feeling a little drained. Feel a lot drained, actually. Okay, let's see here. Got commissions and junk. Commissions and junk. Commission and stuff. Stuff. Made an error on one of those commissions. Gotta do a little correction. No, that's not the right program. That's the other program. I need the other program, not that program. I remember seeing I remember seeing a little bit of the Daily Show once when what's his face was still in it. They were holding a round table with a couple other Hollywood celebrities on why is the service in the service industry so bad these days. He's talking about how rude the customer service is, and how they, it used to be they were all, can I help you, sir? Can I do anything for you, sir? La di da di da da da, sir. Well, let's see. First of all, most of the service industry no longer gets tips. They can't. Second of all, in real-time terms, the wages of the minimum wage worker have gone down. It doesn't matter what, everybody's wages have gone down, but when you're at the bottom of the ladder, you feel it the most. In the 1960s, in the late 1960s, the hourly minimum wage was the equivalent of approximately $10 to $12 an hour today. And probably closer. All these people are saying we want a $15 an hour rate. What they're asking for is to be brought up to parity with the inflation rate. And people are very eager to forget that little fact. You think you deserve $15 an hour for flipping a burger? Yes, that's what you thought back in 1969. Jackass. You thought it was worth that much to, it was worth that much in spending power to pay us that back in 1969 so that you didn't have to get your fingers greasy fixing your food. Anyway, they said, "Oh, the service is so terrible," and I just love the image of that. These 7 people sitting around in a circle. Not a one of them made less than 7 figures that year. They could pay their servers' wage for the rest of their life out of petty cash and never notice. And what do you want to bet they left in the way of a tip? Nothing. I just can't understand why they ain't treating us like royalty like they used to. They're going out for a $2 burger and they want, they go home and they wreck the economy so that the value of every dollar their server makes is worth less than it was the day before. And they wonder why the server has such a bad attitude. I could clue him in. The current generation is the one that is reaping all the consequences of the havoc that the boomer generation wreaked on our country and on our economy and on our way of life. It wasn't the millennials that pushed through all these welfare programs, Social Security system. It wasn't the millennials that looted Social Security so that they could keep spending. It wasn't the millennials that kept, kept heaping bad policies on top of worse policies. It wasn't the millennials who put us on fiat currency so that our money has literally lost 95% of its face value. It wasn't the millennials that have just pushed us to where we have a national debt in trillions of dollars and a national deficit in hundreds of billions. And the millennials, they're not educated, but they're not stupid either. And they dang well know that that they know that America's wealth is disappearing down somebody's gullet. They've been deceived in who it is and how to go about getting it back. But can you blame them for when somebody like Bernie Sanders comes along and says, let's get in on the looting? They see, and pointing out that we already have trillions in debt doesn't do anything to convince them. What do they care? Our parents didn't, we didn't care. Our parents didn't care. Our grandparents didn't care. Our great grandparents didn't care. They kept on spending and spending and spending and spending and spending. It's a little late to ask the grandkids to be the frugal ones. They're perfectly aware that well, the country's screwed. They're gonna grab. They gonna. This is why you have they're looters in a burning city, and they know it. A drowning man will grab the point of a sword. And we're drowning. We're all drowning. Yeah, these kids, they got out there, yeah, just, okay, that is nasty. Apologize, I didn't know that was gonna get, raunchy. Yeah, I got your alternate script for the color comic. I just gotta do it. Ow. Getting hungry, debating on what to get for lunch. Get some lunch. Trying to get some monthly financial summaries. Come on, you stupid. Oh, son of a beep. Activity. On paper, I should be doing great. trying to get this computer to fit some information up. Okay, print me something. Print, printy, print, printy, print, printy, print. Printy, print, print. Print, come on, print. Just sitting here rotating in place, I guess. Yeah. Okay, just need to fix that. Come on, print! Okay. Let's see, where is it?
trying to get some information out of the something to it's, let's see. Okay, I'll just have to. Yeah, got the information I need. Okay, where's it? Something else. Okay, just sent off Shadow is corrected artwork. Ugh. Oh man. Let's see. Gotta get white out. Darn it. Screwed that up. Typical.
this last strip out of the way. Let's do this a different way. Might change the punchline. I'm gonna change the punchline a little bit. I'll be honest. The one you wanted doesn't quite make sense.
let's see. Let's see. Let's see. 970 strips. In nip and tuck. $970. Let's see it. Haven't even broken 1,000. All these years and I haven't broken 1,000 strips yet. Well, I have. It's just that some of them got labeled as groups. There's a whole group of strips that were all in one big file. So probably broken about, well, and there are a lot of strips that got lost along the way. Before I went on the internet. You figure 1,000 strips here, a couple of strips there. I'll have to add them up. Tell you how many years worth of strips I have there. I could probably, I could put them on auto feed. Just put just put the whole file up, run, rerun, and have a new strip a day for 1,000 days. Several thousand days, actually. New strip a day for over, let's see, for at least, let's say between the archives of all the strips I have, easily, it's easily 3,000. So you can figure, about 8 to 10 years worth of strips. New strip, new drawing, new picture a day. Kind of tempting, Just dump the whole thing into a file, stick it up on a website, and give it a one a day update. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2. I've got leftover bits and pieces on various free websites scattered all over the internet. Emergency temporary measure websites that I put up and that never went back to.
Some days the pen just don't want to cooperate. Okay. Speaking of lunch, I'm gonna give myself some lunch. Come to think of it, I haven't had anything to eat. Back in just a second. Got fish sticks. Those.
You know, I don't know why. I can't. Except for the movies, I'll keep going to see. But I'm not going to even bother with Marvel or uh, with Marvel comics anymore at all. Comics used to be about worlds that you wanted to escape into. Now they're about worlds you'd be desperate to escape from. The Marvel universe is just an absolute crap sack world. It's absolute misery guts. The entire human population turns on its heroes constantly. Uh, Villains run rampant. Their prisons are Swiss cheese, and the government uh, commits acts of genocide on a regular basis against anybody with superhuman powers. It is the absolute shittiest vision of the world anybody could imagine. This is all that they can seem to come up with. In the real world, if you had a population of superpowered human beings in the world, yeah, you'd have a lot. People are jackasses. You'd have a lot of bigots and hysteria and phobia, but you'd have just as many people, uh, hero worshiping them. For every nation that persecuted superhumans, there would be a dozen others that would roll out the red carpet for him. I mean, think about it. You're the ruler of some little third world uh, rinky-tink former British colony, right? You know, and you're thinking, okay, we have new military. We're absolutely, all these other superpowers are kicking us around, and they're race, they are persecuting these mutants who have the power, who can like shoot lightning from their eyes and smash tanks with their bare hands. Uh, Outside of being a stupid policy to begin with, uh, maybe we ought to start courting their favor. You know, every nation on Earth, every wannabe military power on Earth, would be falling all over themselves trying to win the favor of this race of superpowered people. Think about it. All any nation on Earth would have to do to become the military hyperpower of the planet is offer safe sanctuary to anybody with superhuman powers, and offer special privileges if they join the military. It's such a popular trope. Every uh, every franchise with a superhero premise has the mutant registration or some government operatives who the American government got paranoid and tried to bring the superhuman, the mutant, quote unquote, paranoid, the metahuman community to heal. Superhero registry acts, licensing registration, all this other crap that they tried on them. There, your nice yellow star, Jew, if you want to go out and do trade, the whole 9 yards. And the superhero community uh, uh, the superhuman rights became a part of the civil rights movement in the late 60s. But what the superhumans did that really tipped the scales was that the United States started, they any nation that started this, they simply left. And we've got 6 other people. We got 6 people watching. Someday we'll have an audience of tens of people. Villains uh, had run rampant for a while, and a few natural disasters had torn up uh, various countries without superheroes intervening. They started getting the message. If we want these people's help, maybe we should try being nice to them. And so they started passing, they started expanding on the Good Samaritan laws to protect those with superhuman powers who used them on behalf of their communities and neighbors and friends. The idea of okay, it's one thing to persecute a minority, uh, uh, that is in reality no different than any other group of people. But can you imagine how well the Nazi Holocaust would have gone if Jews could shoot lasers from their eyes? Can you see the slave trade going down in Africa if Africans could breathe fire or could bench press small buildings? Come on. Think about it. Think about it. Yeah, really, it's if they tried to, I mean, these are people who deal with, I mean, superheroes and mutants, and the superhumans in the comics are people who deal with giant killer robots and invading aliens and and supervillains and earthquakes and volcanoes and tornadoes and everything, and rampaging monsters. And uh, we're supposed to believe that in the Marvel universe they can't kick the slats out of an uppity bureaucrat. Well, say something here. Tell me, give me some feedback here. Come on. Thoughts on this issue? You're darn right they'd try and have a population of superheroes and superhumans under government control, and they'd be just about successful as the British were at keeping the colonists under control. Well, really. Dumbest thing I ever seen. There's a writers group called Watley Academy. And, it's set in a world where where mutants are persecuted, et cetera, et cetera, blah blah blah. Hated and feared by the world they protect, blah 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 blah. And they have the Mutant Registration Act, where if you are a superhuman of any type, you have to register and get this little mutant registration index card, and it denotes whether you're a registered hero, registered neutral, or registered villain. And I'm like, that is the dumbest freaking thing I have ever heard of in my life. I mean, that rates right up there with the part on the IRS forms that says, "Did you make any of this money illegally?" One of the premises of Watley Academy is that it's a school for superhumans. It's financed both by superhero and supervillain parents because they want a neutral, safe ground for their kids. And I'm like, it doesn't work like that. Nothing in the universe could work like that. Ever. Anywhere. But like most, you have to you have to ignore a great deal of stupid. Just it's going to be very frustrating for people breaking into the comic book industries because so many of the conventions that have been set up in comics are so terrible. They make no practical sense. They were created by people who were trying to produce cheap bulk entertainment for kids, and they gave it all the artistic integrity that you could expect from that. and and some of the stupidities that just ridiculous ideas that made no sense in reality, outside of a children's story, became canon, and now they can't change them back. They can't drop them and come up with better ideas. For instance, in the X-Men and the other mutant comic books in Marvel, the United States government needs to deal with the mutants. So what's their solution? They commission somebody to build 12-foot tall purple robots. 12-foot tall humanoid robots. And this is the Sentinel program, and these are supposed to be, the defense of normal humanity from the mutant menace. And that, I mean, I can't think of anything. We've got terrorists on the border. Send out the 12-foot tall robots. Dun, dun, dun. What? That's like like finding out you've got uh, you know, mealworms in your crops, so you send out an 8-foot killer spider robot. Yeah. I read some of these special issue comics. There's one that came out as the the worst X-Man ever. It's about this kid who finds out, first out he finds out that he's got, the X gene. He's a mutant. Then he finds out that his power, they analyze, they take him to Xavier Canyon and they analyze it. It turns out that his power is to explode once. He's basically a mutant suicide bomber. That's all he can do. He's gonna go kaboom, and that's it, But they take him in anyway because his parents get killed by a random Sentinel attack at that point, and he ends up a ward of the Mutant Academy, and basically it's all about how pointless everything he does is, and and it goes on, and just basically how pointless everything that happens at the academy is. How nothing ever changes. The villains are always there. The heroes never, and it's just basically just picture the comic as having been written by somebody who hates superhero comics. Some hipster who thinks, oh, there's, just who spends all his time sneering at the whole premise. And I've seen so many of these. The original, comic book version of Kick-Ass was just bleak because you suck ism all the way through. The original comic book version of was it what was it what was the movie called, Hitman or Contract or something like that? It's revealed, at the end it's revealed that the supervillains killed off all the superheroes and took over the world, and they've been ruling from behind the scenes ever since, and they've erased the supervillains and heroes. And our basically our loser world is basically their version of the world without superheroes, because they erased uh, superheroes and villains from the collective memory of man or something like that, and they've been ruling the world ever since. The last page was the author, his own portrait, telling the readers what basement dwelling losers they were. Like crap. Oh, just a second. Come in. Come in. Yeah. Oh boy. How's it going? Good. Oh, jeez. Any trick to cut down on the heating bill, Yeah. I'm not using enough tricks, apparently. I saw my electric bill. Yeah. There you go.
All right. Have
Thanks,
a good
man.
day.
You take care.
Yep.
Stay groovy. Luncheon has arrived. It's really terrible. Everything is being deconstructed. Superhero comics are being mocked and hated on. The very notion of trying to make the world a better, being given power, being given the power to make the world a better place is mocked. So, And it's a general trend. Everything good is hated on. I mean, first of all, you got superheroes are mocked and parodied. Clowns. I mean, I was a kid. I loved clowns. I loved clowns. And you know what? For the most part, most kids still do. They do. You know how this whole clowns are scary thing got started? Because they did a survey. One group did a survey asking kids what they thought of the hospital decor. And they in the hospital they were in, and he said, it was decorated with these really creepy looking clowns everywhere, and they said they didn't like it very much, and they ran with that, and it was misreported in the newspaper. Survey shows that children really don't like clowns at all. Another example of bad press, bad news reporting, and people have been referencing that. Even the Smithsonian referenced that news story, claiming that it proved that children were scared. Children were scared of clowns, and people started doing movies about evil clowns. I mean, if you aren't scared of Pennywise from It, you're not paying attention. But it's not because he's a clown; it's because he's a demon that eats people. And then you get things like killer and think about it. There are millions of people out there who still uh, make their living uh, performing as clowns, entertaining children all over the world. But they have been flanderized, if not outright slandered, as a childhood terror. There are people that are coulrophobics, scared to death of clowns, but they're rare. And it's just become tragically hip to say how clowns creep you out on the internet. And it's like this is happening with every cultural icon of something that is supposed to be good. Superheroes are turned into self parodies and jerks. Clowns are evil. Um, Cowboys are tobacco spitting ignoramuses and rednecks. Police are all crooked. It's like it's like they're systematically working their way down the list to deliver a hipster sneer to every uh, cultural symbol of the idea of truth, justice, goodness, decency, kindness. See, it's not enough that they don't want anybody to believe in God. They don't want to believe in goodness of any kind.
they want to take all the children's heroes away. And replace them with a sick joke. It's not enough that they themselves quit believing in anything. They've got to make absolutely damn sure that nobody else believes either. Because if you don't believe anything, you can't accomplish anything. You can't do anything. Let me see here. Believe, PayPal. How much do I have thus far? Uh, dun 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 dun. $297.98. So it's just a couple of dollars shy of $300. $300. That's donations, commissions, consignment, the whole 9 yards. Excuse me. months, 12 months. Okay, I got to pull the monies out, figure things out, and pull this out and see. Okay. Okay, it's on. Okay, good. That's working. These things found, these buttons are all working, I think. Whoa. Beg your pardon. Woo-hoo-hoo. Arf. Come here. Falling off the table. It's falling off the desk. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see here. Where was I? Oh yeah. I'm trying to think and nothing is happening. Oh my. Let's see here. All right. I can't remember what I was doing. Let's see here. Just checking stuff. eating taco salad. So There we go. She couldn't go anyway. Couldn't go out in public without her toucan-colored hair and her, you know, and a big old lip ring. Of course, it's still wrong. She's smiling. She should be snarling and squalling like she's trying to puke up the last human soul she ate. There we go. All right, that's enough. That's enough of that. All right. Uh, oh, you're awful mean and hateful to those social justice warriors, those feminists, these fourth wave feminists. Man, I mean, uh, I don't know how anybody can face one of these fourth wave feminists without just rage overtaking them. I mean,
uh, I have seen a lot of things over the years, and I have never seen anything as toxic as the behavior of these so-called, what do they call them, fourth wave feminists. I mean, do they even realize that they are behaving in a way that used to be considered a parody? No, I don't think they're even aware of that. I don't think they even realize that uh, that the way they behave now used to be a joke, and people were going, "Oh, they would never get that crazy." So they did. They got precisely that crazy and said, "We haven't gone far enough." I've said this so many times in the past. I'll keep saying it. I can't do parody. You know why? Because every time I try and ridiculously exaggerate what leftists or feminists or any of these other groups are going to do, I turn on the news the next day and they're doing me one up. They it's like they see my satire, and they kind of, we'll take your batshit crazy and do one and raise you one howling mad dog insane. Uh, I mean, really? I remember how people screaming. I got all these people that say that Gilly is a straw man. That say I've harped on this too. Your characters are straw men. No, they're not. They're downplayed, if anything. They are downplayed portrayals of how liberals and feminists and all these other groups actually behave. We actually had, there's a woman out there that posted on her post that she wanted to know how she could go about charging her boyfriend with rape because he changed positions in the middle of sex, and she didn't like it. Did you ever, did you ever imagine that the crazy would get that deep? It was crazy enough when you heard about these guys. This one poor bastard, the girl changed her mind in the middle of sex. He said, "No, I'd rather not." And because he didn't stop and leap away from her prostrate body to the far side of the room, the instant she said, the instant she changed her mind, he went to jail for rape. Did you ever imagine that a man buying a girl a couple of, did you ever imagine a man buying a woman a couple of drinks and then them going off to do the dirty deed? He would be regarded by the law as a rapist, even though he was just as sauced as she was? Think about it. Think about it. And every day it gets crazier. There are women out there saying with a straight face, men rape all the time without ever knowing it. There's a woman out there who tried to claim it was emotional rape if a male gamer killed a female gamer's character in a online game. And the terrifying thing is not that these women are saying this crazy crap, it's that there are actual other people taking them seriously. Can't imagine why men don't want to marry these days. Now, there's your answer as to why porn is continuing to be a growth industry. Good night, you know.
Seriously, this is our world. It's we all thought the '60s were insane, that the '70s were bizarre, but I mean we've gone to places that they could have never imagined. Eating more taco salad.
For those who are wondering, these images are strips from the old Vic. I'm commissioned as the artist, on a strip-by-strip basis. He and his wife, I have to say I'm very envious of them, of those two. They have their life where they want it. More, I have to say more or less they have their life where they want it. They've got what can I say? Uh, Despite all the troubles they have with health issues, his wife is diabetic, and very seriously diabetic. And the insurance company, the health company they rely on, is basically jerking their chain constantly, giving them grief. Uh, despite problems like that, they've got the life they want. They've got their lives together, and and God's obviously blessed them, and I wish them well, and I hope that God will intervene on their behalf with uh, let's call it bastards who are causing them so much grief with their health insurance. See, basically the HMO they have. I don't know what they call it. I don't know if it's exactly an HMO, but the insurance uh, dealy thingamabob, let's call it that. But anyway, the HMO they got is basically they expect those two to be half their age and built like an Olympic athlete, an anorexic Olympic athlete, and it is ridiculous. And they're paying all sorts of penalties because neither of them is able to, neither of them can pass for as an 18-year-old. So, and the doctors and everything are, they find out she's diabetic and they assume that it's, because it's because you're fat. And they, she keeps her diet religiously, and it just boils down to the fact that she was, she drew the short hand on, she drew the bad hand on genetics, and she got hit with with diabetes, and every month is a battle to the death with the insurance company. He's trying to shed more pounds than he safely should, just to get below the margin that they require for him to keep his insurance, and for him to to avoid paying certain penalties, basically the insurance he's got is crap. I mean, raging, steaming crap on a shingle. And it's a crying shame. And Obama crap is just making it worse.
I think I've got a link to his site on my site. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask. Probably should put one on there anyway. Ah, darn it. I'll figure something out later. Great. Managed to merge the blue lines with the... Well,
Oh, sorry, I didn't switch that over. There we go. So you can see what I'm doing. If I fall silent, probably because there are so many things that this YouTube chat needs. This YouTube needs, like a name list on the channel, so you can see who's watching and who's chatting without having to wait for them to comment. Some sort of ding thing, so you can tell when somebody's posted a comment. In particular, I'd love to have voice chat with this thing, but oh man, can you imagine the complexity? Not bandwidth in the world, I don't think.
I need to put up a thermometer or something on my website. Show how close I am to the goal. Set a $2,000 thermometer up there. Why 2,000? Because generally, if you want to reach a goal, it's best to aim above it. Just my thinking. Hooga hooga. Um, if I'm not on by tonight, if I'm not back on by tonight, be back on by tomorrow. Oi. We got, yeah. I am well past the age where I can do 24-hour, I mean, all right, let's see, in the past 2 nights, in the past 2 days, the past 3 days, I've been online, counting now, let's see, 5 hours plus, 10 hours plus, 5 hours plus 11 hours plus 9 hours plus, past, since 6 p.m. Thursday night. Whoa, actually longer than that. Was it 6 p.m. Wednesday night or 6 p.m. Thursday night? Wednesday night. I have been online a total of a little over 25 hours. About 24 hours, actually. 24, 25 hours. So, okay, I'm going to take a break for this afternoon. I will be back later. And if I'm not back by tonight, I will be back by tomorrow morning. Pick up where we left off. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for your support. Whether it was, moral support, dollar in the tin support. I don't care. You just, you all reading there and watching, being there has made, it kept me going. Okay. I'll see y'all later. Good night.